Hey, welcome. We got our first interview of the day. This is Coach Armando Sedeno, a good friend of mine from years back.
Years.
He's the exhibit director here at the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association. We're here live at this event in Waco. Coach, what does this event mean to you and the history? You've been a part of this for, well, how many years now?
A long time. I can't actually remember. I started coaching high school in 1982, so I've been involved since 1982. In my position, I've been doing it for over 20 years.
So this position here,
yes,
as exhibit director.
Yes.
And what all goes into that, Coach? And from the beginning, you round everybody, you get the vendors in. What goes in on your end to put this all together?
Well, it's really the history of this show. You know, you take the guys that preceded me. You know, they did a great job of making these relationships with these vendors over the years, and I'm just trying to continue doing what they put down as a foundation, the founding fathers of this place. But it's the second largest baseball show in the country. We got vendors from all over the country here. We got all the coaches of the state of Texas. It's a great event, and as you see here now, it's awesome. And you know what? We're going to get you a lot of interviews here in just a second.
Yeah, you got to start rounding these guys up. We're out here working on them, trying to get them in.
Yeah, they're kind of not a gun shy, a little gun shy.
Yeah, they're trying to get the morning going, get that coffee in them.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's a coffee or too much of them cold things that they drank at night.
Some of them might be rolling in here around noon, I guess.
Well, they are straggling here around noon.
Coach, you came from just retired.
Just retired, 42 years in the business. Retired at Langham Creek High School at Cy-Fair School District. So. Yes, I love coaching. I love doing this. I love being part of the association. I love making baseball bigger than, you know, we need to continue to grow baseball because all the other sports are growing. You know, what you're doing is vital to us in the United, you know, as far as baseball is concerned. And I mean that, you know, Houston Sports Live, you need to make that one of those situations that everybody wants to look at. And whatever it takes to get it going, we need to help you get it going.
And that's our goal, is to provide just a quality broadcast. And for us, it's about the programs, the kids, the players, the community, the schools. And then one of the big things for me has always been, you got grandma living in Sacramento.
Exactly.
And she wants to watch little Johnny play. Exactly. And she's having to go in and pay all these subscription fees for these different organizations to be able to watch her grandson play. And we offer that to our viewers for free.
Wow.
You know, everything's on, and we've been, you know, we tell the coaches here, all we need from you is an internet connection, and we provide the equipment, the broadcasters, and we're good to go.
Wow.
And we will expose your program and your kids to the extent that you want, however you want to go. Like Coach Eastman, I'm at with the Woodlands. Him and I do a coaches show every week, and we get that up and make that part of our pregame. And he talks about the kids and the community and the different things that's going on and the booster clubs. You know, don't forget about those guys.
Yes.
And one thing I want to circle back to, you said the second biggest show. What's the first biggest show?
Well, it's a national ABCA.
Okay, so technically we're the biggest show
we are.
For high schools in the country.
Well, you know, Texas could be 4 or 5 different states.
Oh, exactly.
You know,
well, I go back to, from me being from Missouri, our season, these guys start Friday. In Missouri, we weren't starting until spring break in March.
Wow.
And we maybe played 18 games. And here, we're talking, by the time, if you make it to the state championship, close to 50.
That's right. It's a lot of games. So Texas is big. Baseball is big here. You know, our UIL director, Mr. Cepeda, Ray Cepeda, he's a fair man with all the sports. A lot of the athletic directors are really great baseball people. You know, of course, we want every sport to do good. Football, basketball, baseball, you know, every dream is real big for each kid in the United States or in Texas. And so they're able to put that for all the kids. And that's a really big value when you have an AD that's able to foresee that, because it helps all the community. Everybody wants to see something great happening.
And having those guys behind you is definitely, I mean, you hit that on nail on the head with that. Having those guys behind you and not just driving one sport, but driving the school and that sports community as one is very important, very big to the success of those schools.
That's
well,
correct.
Coach, I enjoyed having you. I know we've been I kind of go back. I was telling my colleague, our producer here, Jordan. He's running everything for us here.
George is doing a great job. I tell you, that's one of the best looking cats I've seen. He does a great job there, and smiles all the time, makes you feel welcome. I appreciate it, Jordan.
Well, I was telling him the story when I met you. If you remember this, it was me and Joe and Jeff Lunau. We were at your tournament watching the Woodlands because Kyle Drabeck was pitching. And we caught you in between games because you were just like you are out here, Coach. It's a testament to what you do. You were running your tournament, and you took some time out of the side to sit and talk to Joe and Jeff and I and talk a little ball and talk about the players that you had. And kind of going back to the connection, we were talking on the phone about Stephen Hill and how we ended up drafting him and getting him into the organization and him making it to the big league. So testament to you and what you've done in your community and what you still have going on here at the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Convention. Coach, enjoy it. And we hear you on the mic getting after it out here, so it's been fun. And you're great at what you do, and we appreciate it.
Well, I'm going to be sure to send some people over here. We're going to get you loaded up here, so be ready to do a lot of interviews.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, we're back live here at the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association Convention. I'm with Jeremy Slagle, the head coach of Greenville High School. That's up towards Dallas area. Coach, not my area we cover. I've been up in that area because I'm a former scout with the Cardinals and came up in that area. Clayton Kershaw and some names in that Dallas area I got to see in high school and kind of date myself. The guys I seen are starting to retire now. So Greenville, kind of tell you a little bit of a story. My old man worked for a company called Lance Incorporated.
Okay.
And our secondary headquarters was in Greenville, Texas.
Yep.
And a lot of our shipping orders came out of there, and I worked for him during the summer. So kind of a little familiar with that area. So tell us a little bit about your school, your program, what district you're in.
School, we're a 5A level. Our district is very loaded with Lovejoy and Melissa and all the big boys. We're kind of the small school in that area, but it's a really competitive district, probably the top one in 5A. So,
oh wow,
it's a tough one.
It really you see the schools that come out of there because we followed. Well, before they jumped up was Mag West when they were in 5A, and I think they kind of battled with that district to get to the state finals.
Definitely.
And we called a couple of their games back in the day, and you're definitely right about that. The teams that come through there. So how did last year go for you guys? And
we had a really, I mean, for Greenville, we had a pretty successful year. We got beat out, lost one game that kept us out of the playoffs, but it's been one of those things in 5 years trying to rebuild the program and try to get it going in the right direction, which we have. It's just tough district, you know.
So is there something specifically that you focused on in that turnaround, a philosophy, a culture shift, or?
It was a little bit of everything, really. The culture when I got there was, I mean, it was kind of one of those things where they didn't really care if they won or lost. You know, they weren't very competitive. So we kind of changed that and put it in an aspect of dealing with adversity at times, and you know, just trying to rebound, and if you lose a game, rebounding from there. And these kids took it on. I mean, took it to heart, and they actually turned it around, and we had a really good year, like I said. But it's just tough.
You can't help where you live. And
No,
you
can't.
up.
You can't. We get paired up.
We have a lot of 13-6A.
Oh yeah.
So we have the Woodlands,
Oh, yeah.
Grand Oaks, Conroe.
Oh yeah.
We broadcast partners of ours, and we watch those games, and it comes down. Those last couple of playoff spots come down to the last week of the season,
Yes,
and
sir.
then sometimes they're tiebreakers and kind of figuring that out. And
Yes, sir.
and then last year it was really interesting with the split.
Oh,
The Division I, Division II even made it more interesting because you're getting a team that finished fourth in district in a tough district like that,
Yes.
and they're a 2 seed, and you kind of go in
Yes.
going, well, they're a 2 seed. Well, yeah, and they're
don't know
probably a
about 'em.
1 seed
Yeah,
most
absolutely.
places.
Absolutely.
So kind of turn attention to 2026. Kind of what's that look like? Any players that we should be keeping our eyes on?
Well, I mean, we graduated a big class. I've got a left-handed pitcher, a couple guys that they can play at the next level, but as far we're going to be really young this year. So
Young.
yeah, it'll be a young crew going through it. Look for the best out of them, really.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all you can expect.
That's all
And,
I can.
well, one of the things that got when I broke into the coaching world in the early 2000s, it took a couple of years for me to come to the realization, because I'm young. You know, we come out of college, we're 22, 23,
Yep.
24,
Yep.
and we're coaching 18-year-olds.
Absolutely.
And we still have that mentality
Yes.
of we can run through a brick wall,
Mhm.
and we can still do these things. And here I am, maybe not until my late 20s, that I started to realize they're just kids.
That was hard
They're
for
still
me
a
too.
17, 18-year-old kid,
Definitely.
you know,
Definitely.
and they're dealing with, we just kind of focus on the baseball side, but there's a lot of other things going on outside that world with school and, you know, girlfriends
Whatever,
and,
everything.
you know,
Yes.
and you're trying to be a coach, a psychologist, you name it, a custodian, tarp
Right.
manager, you know,
Yes.
field manager, and getting it all
Yes.
done. So,
Absolutely.
but Coach, it's been great to have you. Appreciate your time. I know you got thrown under the gun here.
I did.
But great job, Coach. Good luck to you in Greenville this season.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Have a great day. Good luck here. And welcome back to Waco, Texas. We're at the THSBCA. That's the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association Convention. I'm joined now by AJ Martinez. He is with the UIL, University Interscholastic League, here in Texas. He's the director of baseball.
Correct, yeah.
And an assistant
athletic director. Yes.
So we were talking before we jumped on air. I was like, man, what you were telling me was a great story. So a little bit about your history, where you came from, and how you ended up in this role with the UIL.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I grew up in Odom, Texas, over there playing some 3A ball, you know. Our big prize was, you know, we won state back in '84. Of course, I was too young then. So after that, went to go play for the Javelinas, went to Kingsville, got my degree there. Then went to Gonzales, Texas, first year. And, you know, that's actually where me and Coach Bedecker coached together. Daniel Bedecker at Shiner.
Yeah.
And actually a bunch of good groups from there, man. A bunch of good coaching. We're just young guys just trying to do our thing. But then I took off to Odom, coached baseball with Terry Parsons, did that for 4 years. And then I went to Sinton. Kind of wanted to go that football route, man, you know, as the AD and all that stuff. And although Gene Kasperick there at Sinton tried to get me to come out, I had a young family, and it was one of those things where I was like, man, I'm missing a lot for football already. I don't think I can miss a whole bunch for baseball. And you know, Sinton, they're going to make a run usually every year.
Yeah.
So but then after that, just became an AD head football coach did that for 7 years at Odom and at Carroll, and then got a call from UIL. Dr. Susan Elza took a chance on me and allowed me to do this. So now I oversee 4 sports now. I'm the director of football as well, which, you know, that was over. So now it's like, all right, man, we can start getting to baseball.
Yeah.
But I still got wrestling championships that I do. I'll be doing that at Cy-Fair. I'm the one that runs that over there. And then golf as well. So you can't be a baseball player without being a golfer. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm swinging. I'm out here before we got started working on them swing moves. I got my Travis Matthew. My wife just got this for me for Christmas. I'm all decked out.
Yep.
You know, it's this wet. You know, kind of talking the golf piece. The weather, I've kind of been torn because we haven't had that real cold burst.
Yeah.
And I'm like the mosquitoes at this time. I'm like, oh good Lord, it's gonna be bad when baseball starts. But man, for the golf game, I've gotten to play more in December and January than I think I have in years past.
Well,
it's just been perfect.
If we can keep it from freezing, it really does help out our greens on the golf courses all around the state. So less headaches for me.
Oh, well, I was just in Colorado, and their golf courses are still open.
Oh,
which is amazing. They've been really dry and a little bit above average on temperature. But out there, you know, 45 degrees, they're playing.
Yeah. Well,
There's no snow on the ground.
Well, baseball's starting, so we're probably going to get our first freeze
now.
That's
how is it not true?
Every year.
I mean, I would get the kids out, and we would do small. So I coached at New Caney.
Okay.
And we would get the kids out in the early 2000s. I was with Coach Music. We'd get them out for small group, beginning when school came back out. We're in shirts, T-shirts, and shorts, and cutoff, and Under Armour, and it is nice. And then, man, 2 weeks later, here comes tryouts, and it is 38 degrees outside.
Yeah.
And you're bundled up, and you're just like, you're hitting fungos, and your hands are just shaking. And it's like, what is it? And it's like this until –
your first tournament game's at 8 a.m.
Yeah, and it's 32.
Yeah.
And especially if you're playing in one of the big ones, that 5-tool event up in Dallas, you're breaking out the parka and everything else just to stay warm.
Yeah.
Well, you remember those. And the Texas cold's different, too, as well.
Yes, it is.
So you talk about just a little bit about your career at Kingsville. What did you do there? Infield, outfield, pitch?
I was a pitcher. Mostly a relief pitcher my first 2 years. My third year I became a starter. Did that for a while. One of my teammates at that time who ended up having a good pro career was Mike Adams. We just, I did that for 4 years. I was a 4-year letterman there. It took me a little longer to graduate. It was having a little too much fun in college, right?
Yeah.
So, it was just one of those things. I was under Hector Salinas for 2 years, and then Coach John Stockton, after that. It's one of those things.
So you took the Carson Beck route?
Yeah. It's 6 years to graduate there. Yes.
A 27-year-old quarterback.
Yes.
But so last question, kind of more UIL. Last year we had, actually two. One, we have realignment coming up. how do you foresee any big changes, anything there?
Well, as much as I can tell you is not very much at all. So I'm not saying I can't. There's not very many changes. I'm telling you, I can't tell you very much at all about realignment.
Yeah,
I can tell you that it is coming out February 2nd,
Okay.
and then once we're done with those initial realignments, is when we start working on the winter and spring sport realignments, more of the spring sport realignments. So what you see for basketball, isn't necessarily what you're going to see for baseball. Now, the 5A, 6A level, it's usually about the same. But under that, we have schools that don't play baseball. So it changes the districts and stuff like that. So 1A through 4A, they usually got to wait to see their baseball districts because they're going to be totally different. The 5A and 6A, they're usually the same. I don't think we may have one or two changes, and that's it, because there may be one or two 5A or 6A schools that doesn't play baseball. But other than that, I mean, it's always a crapshoot. You got to see who's going up, who's going down, and it's a puzzle piece, and you get in that map room, and it's interesting. It's a different story.
So how do you come up with that number for the enrollment? Where does 5A cut off? 6? Do you collect data from the schools?
Yeah. We get all the realignment numbers from the schools. We got to verify every single one of them and make sure they're correct. Make sure they're not lowballing or something like that. Then you have schools that opt up as well, just so they can stay in the same district with their other schools that are within them, so they don't have to travel as much. You have all that stuff, and then basically what you're looking for is you're looking for that magic number. You want to have so many 6A schools, so you're looking at around 250. It's not set, but it's around there. And then 1A, you're looking at the 104.5 range. So, and then in between that, it's pretty much evened out as much as possible, but it's almost impossible to even it out with schools wanting to stay together in certain districts and stuff like that. So it's something, but, it's weird.
Yeah, and so last question. Last year was the first year of in baseball, the Division I, Division II that we see in football.
Yeah.
Everything's done. State championships are in the book. How did that, from the U.S. perspective, how did that work?
It worked out great, actually. We crowned a bunch of champions that otherwise wouldn't have been crowned champions. That may have run into somebody who's just always beat them, but they had 400 or 500 more kids than they did. And so they went D1, and these other ones went D2. Now, that's not always guaranteed, right? Depends who makes the playoff. But ultimately what you're looking at is we did have, we were able to crown 11 champions in baseball. But we haven't done that before. And so teams that hadn't won it ever finally won it. And I was told, I went to go visit Hank Carter at Lake Travis back in the day to go learn some football stuff from them because, they can throw it around and sling it around. And so we went and learned from him. And one of the things I talked to him about, and one thing he told me is like, hey, any way that you can show these kids that you appreciate them, he says everybody's going to be happier. And it's not that we're looking to hand out more championships. It's just that we're looking for an equity piece. We're looking for, hey, you're right. They do have 500 more kids. And this was a voice from the coaches. They really wanted this. The associations, Texas High School Baseball, Texas Association of High School Coaches, TABC Basketball, I mean, all of them, they were looking for equity, just like football does. Like football has 12 championships. Why can't we have 12 championships? So Dr. Brideup challenged us to come up with the plan to see if we can make this happen. And this was the best course of action right now as we go. And you know what? After several years, we're going to re-examine it and see what the coaches are saying about it, see what our organizations are saying about it, and collaborate and see what we can come up with best for the state.
And what was interesting from our perspective is we watch those last couple of weeks. Where are we going to – which of our teams, where are we going to be? And we start looking at the bracket, and we're going, round 3, the Woodlands is going to be playing Rockwall. It's like it's either the Wood or Tomball is playing Rockwall. And to see that kind of flip this year was different. And I think it was a good different.
Yeah.
So, I think you guys found a really good
starting point.
A process.
Yes, and it was. And we're saying it's our starting point. And who knows how we'll tweak it. We don't know if we'll tweak it, but it's a possibility. Obviously, you saw we went from one model to another model within a year. And those meetings are very interesting as well. I should
Yeah.
say it's great stuff though.
Yeah.
Good for the kids. Good for the schools.
Yeah. Well, Coach,
Yeah.
we appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And best of luck to y'all, man.
yeah.
I'm glad y'all are getting that vibe out there, and that
Yeah.
I hope y'all get that audience. And anything we can, when I wouldn't say we, I wouldn't say like UIL, but myself, AJ Martinez, helping out as much as I can. But let me get on and watch some of these things. That'd be great.
Yeah, we're YouTube, Houston Sports Live. We'll have each of our schools will have their own channel.
Okay.
Like I said, we have pretty much 13-6A for baseball this year.
Well,
covered.
I think one of the things that really helps out is when you can share that community involvement in all these things, man. Because that's what's so special about schools, and I'm gonna brag on UIL schools, man. Is that community aspect of it where everybody comes out and they want to be that person, they want to be that team, and those kids grow up watching this, and now they're able to watch it on a different avenue as well, and listen to it and enjoy the game, and hopefully eventually one day become that person on the field, and that's what we want when it comes to youth sports and high school sports.
It was. I didn't have this. I had my dad taking me to the high school games, the Legion games.
Yeah.
And it was. And I tell this story, and I'll let you get out here. And you got stuff you got to do. Is he would take me, and I'm standing there, 10-year-old Jason, looking through the fence. I'm seeing these guys. Now, this is back in the day, right? With the skull in the back pocket. I'm like, Dad, what's that? He goes, oh, it helps them slide. I'm like, okay. And so I start to see what they're doing, and I had him buying me the beef jerky.
Yeah.
The shredded beef jerky.
Yes.
So I could have that in my back pocket so I could look like one of those guys.
Yeah.
You look up to those guys when you're at that age, and, even though they're 17 or 18, we look at them as kids.
Correct.
But when you're a 10-year-old and you go to see a kid in high school, especially some of the ones that are coming up that are just phenomenal, talented, and that's someone to look up to.
Yes,
a good role model.
Yep.
And thank you to the UIL for providing that, and the community that we have here in Texas. And Coach, thank you, and we appreciate your time.
You got it. You got it. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks,
Thank
Coach.
you.
Hey, Jason Greer back. I'm with, we got coaches running through here. We got UIL guys running through here. It's crazy. We'll have to turn the camera around, kind of show you guys what's happening out here. But we're at Waco, the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association Convention. I'm with Coach Cephas at Cy Ranch High School. Coach, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
So how's it going so far with seminars? Have you hit anything?
So far, we're just kind of walking in and seeing some old faces, some new faces. So just going through the convention first time here, but getting to run into your buddies and your rivals, that's always the fun part of Waco.
Yeah, some guys when you started your career as a JV coach, and now you see them and guys you coached with in the past.
The circle of coaching.
It is.
You see these legends that are now retiring. I just ran into Coach Rupp, and then you see Coach Sedeno, and you see Coach McPherson from Katy, and all those guys, the Hall of Famers, and all that baseball knowledge. They've probably forgotten more baseball than I'll ever know.
No, yeah, exactly. Well, Coach, 2025, just kind of a recap how your season went. You're in the Woods, Bridgeland. That district.
That part of the Cy-Fair schools. So, our district has some good ball players, some good coaches. And so they really get you prepared. And then our first round matchup, we always end up with one of those Kleins or the Tom Balls. So, that first round is go time right now. So that's kind of where we've been the past few years. Klein Collins has our number right now, and so that's kind of what our off season's been about, improving ourselves and getting better in the postseason to where we can make those plays so we can start advancing and getting back to the rich tradition that Cypress Ranch has.
So 2026, one of the questions I'm asking a lot is how does your fall look? How's your fall season look? What do you do? How do you use that because this gets on us quick here, right? We're starting Friday, Saturday. And then I don't know if you're rolling into Monday with tryouts, but it's here.
It's here. And so basically what we try to do with our fall program is we get going as soon as we get back to school because the guys are hot. Their arms are still in shape. So we'll have a fall schedule where we'll play about 7 weeks. And once we play through the end of Halloween, and once November hits, we like to call it no-throw November. So we put the balls away, we hit the weight room, we get after individual drills. Infielders will be on, infield individual drills, outfield individual drills. So everybody will kind of get back to the basics, almost like a spring training type atmosphere once November hits. And they all know no-throw November, we'll kind of take it easy. And then once the season gets 6 weeks from the beginning date, so from this Friday, we'll back it up, start the throwing program again, start getting hot and start getting the juices flowing. And then once we get to Waco, then that's really when it starts getting hot. Now we know when we get back, it's go time.
It's go time.
So we're ready to go.
Yeah. So as we look to this spring and in 2026, how some players you want to highlight? How's the team looking based on your fall?
I thought we had a bunch of players have good fall balls. So I know with us, senior leader-wise, we have some pitchers on the mound. J6 Skasny, he's been with us since he's a sophomore, and he's going to throw well. Other pitchers we have, Braxton Onheiser. Behind the dish, we've got good catching. We've got a senior, J.J. Soto, and then he's got some competition trying to back him up, Cooper Mitchell-Moore. Reese Cargill. So we have our shortstop has been really going to take that next step for me. Alex Hernandez, I think, he's that typical Cypress Ranch shortstop where if you hit him the ball, that's going to be an out. He's going to go make plays in the hole. He's going to go make plays up the middle, and he's a switch hitter. So I think that we have the type of players that can do well. We just got to make sure that we're playing the same. I thought we played great up until we got to the playoffs. And then when we got to the playoffs, we just didn't play as well as we did during the normal season, regular season. So I think we can just make that next step, continue to play like we've been playing. I think we'll be all right.
So were you young last year? Is that kind of a –
We've had a mix. We had some seniors, but we had some juniors, sophomores mixed in. So I think we have a good mix of senior leadership plus those young guys that are really wanting to get after it and the juniors. So I really think right now we have a good window of a bunch of talented players that want to get after it.
Man, that's great to hear in a competitive district.
Absolutely. You know, you've got Bridgeland in there, you've got Cy Woods, you've got Langham Creek, you've got Waller, you've got Cy Park on the come up. You've got all these teams that you can't take a night off. It's not like that. And I love our format where we're playing the same team Tuesday and Friday, so you don't get that matchup where you're seeing everybody's one. You're having to start getting your playoff roster and your ones and twos lined
so
up.
So is that new this year, or do you guys do that? Have you done it in the past?
We have done it in the past, and I really like that way the better than the round robin old school way that when I played, that's kind of how we did it.
Yeah, we did the 8 teams, and then you flipped it over,
Correct.
And then you played at home, you played away.
Yes.
I found, a couple of games for the Woodlands, and they did the 13-6A does the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They do the Tuesday, Friday, and then every now and then, because there's 9, we got to have a Saturday game, which kind of throws things off. But for me as a broadcaster, I can see a kid from Willis that maybe was a bench guy in the first game, and he comes in, and you're like, wow, this kid was on the bench. Or you see some different pictures. You get a different look instead of seeing that same guy.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think it challenges you as a coach.
Absolutely.
In the game planning.
Absolutely. Because same thing you're having. You're having to almost play like a playoff series that week where, let's say it is the Woodlands week. We know that we're going to get, hopefully we can get to their bullpen. What are our matchups off the bench going to look like against their bullpen? So you start to have those kind of playoff type thoughts during the regular season, and I think that gets you prepared for the playoffs.
You have those 2 games, and that's it.
That's it. That's it.
And if it comes down to a tiebreaker at the end and you've already played them, it's what's done is done.
We were almost going to have to play Bridgeland for the district championship a 3rd game because we had split that Tuesday, Friday. So we were going to have to come back at Saturday, but luckily that didn't occur. So we were good to go.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you sitting down with us, taking the time out of your day. I know there's a lot of seminars and booths to get after, and check it out. You go get you a pitching machine over there. I don't think your AD is going to approve that, the budget.
Oh, we need one.
But appreciate your time, Coach. Good luck this year, 2026. Coach
Thank you for having me.
Cy Ranch. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Hey, Jason Greer back here at Waco. We're live at the Texas High School Baseball Coach Association Convention once again. I'm with Jalen Ross, head coach at Axtell
Yes, sir.
High School, and that's right here in
right here outside of Waco, Texas.
right outside
Yes,
of
sir.
Waco, Texas. So tell us a little bit about your school, your program. You got any players you'd like to talk about? Maybe some guys going to the next level?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, so, we're a big baseball community, but actually we're a big athletic community. Last couple of years in football, we've came off of 2 quarterfinal appearances. We lost in the regional finalists 2 years in a row. So we have a good group coming back for that. But baseball, we had a really good year last year. In the regular season, we finished 30-0.
Oh.
And then went 3 rounds, and we ended up losing to Tom Bean last year in the 3rd round. But thing is, we returned a good bulk of that team that's coming back. And we also have a couple of transfers that played JV last year and some freshmen that will help us as well for the upcoming season. So
you work in the transfer portal?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say working the transfer portal. But we had some guys that moved in, and obviously, they had to, do a year sit out.
Yeah.
So they were young, and they're gonna play some valuable minutes for our varsity, valuable innings for our varsity this season, and I'm excited. So
How many years you been at Axtell?
this is my 2nd year at Axtell. Last year I was assistant. This year, promoted to head coach. Previously, I had 4 years at Bishop Riker High School, which is here in Waco, Texas also, and had a little success there. Went to playoffs every year. 2nd year, we did make it to the state tournament. Fell short in the semifinals, but it was a great experience, and I think we have a great opportunity this year with this team to, hopefully make a run and, hopefully, get the state.
So are you guys, what are you, 4A, 5A?
So we're 2A. We're actually 2A big school.
Okay.
And you told me earlier some of my players that's coming. So we do have a University of Arkansas committee. He's verbal committee. He's a junior.
Okay.
He's a shortstop. His name is Levi Leathers. So look out for that name. But Levi Leathers committed to Arkansas. He was actually a quarterback for the football team.
Oh,
he
wow.
ended up breaking his fibula in the playoffs, but he will be back for the start of our baseball season. So we're excited about that.
Well, that's a big recovery for
Yeah.
that and get back out there.
That's a huge recovery, but he's in the process of recovering with physical therapy, and he works his tail off. So he'll be back, fully healthy, and we're excited just to have him back because that's going to make our team stronger.
So what do you feel? Is there anything here at this convention, seminars, is there anything on your radar either you've attended already this morning? I know we're early as we get going here. We got all day.
Yeah.
Or something that you have kind of locked in that you feel that you're going to be able to hear some things there and take back and implement into your program?
Correct. Yeah. Last night I did, go to the hidden seminar with Barry Rose from Rockwall, and I thought that was, just fascinating. Just some of the things, just talking about the fundamentals and mechanics of hidden, but even going into, repetition as far as, BP, how many reps you want to do, how many rounds, you don't want to overkill. So on the hidden side of it, I love the different approaches that we learned with that. But there's not anything that I'm just zero locked in on. I just like, going to seminars, hearing people talk, take what I like from, what they had success-wise, add it to, my arsenal. And then if it's something I don't like, don't mess with it, or I find a way to tweak it. So I'm a big part of, I do believe iron sharpens iron. And I love hearing other people speak and, just getting some ideas from them.
I mean, a great lineup that's here this week or today that's speaking, and a lot of things to glean from. And you kind of took the same approach I did. I mean, I was here at this in 04, 05, and as a high school coach at New Caney, and then before I went into scouting, it's just the knowledge that's here. And one thing about baseball is very humbling sport.
Yes,
It's from a coach's perspective. And one of the first things I learned as a young coach was banged into my head was if you think you know everything about this game, it's time to retire.
Correct.
Is there so much to learn, something you hear, a different way to skin the cat, a different way to cover a bunt coverage, a relay in the outfield. And there's so many people here that have done it and been successful, and there's people who have taken that and couldn't get to work and came up with something else.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I'm glad you brought that up because with my athletes, every time we touch the field, whether it's a practice, whether it's a game, I want them to learn something new about the game.
And walk, yes, that knowledge,
Yes,
and walk
sir.
away with it, whether it's a base running tip, a relay tip, how you catch it, a pitching tip.
Correct. It's so many phases that you come across within this game. So there's no reason why, each athlete or, athletes can learn something different each time. Practice games, whether it's a film session, just a lot of things to, strengthen their game. So, yes, sir.
Well, that's awesome. Well, Coach, I appreciate your time.
I appreciate
and
you.
And I know there's a lot of stuff out here to take in. The crowds are buzzing and it's starting to fill up out here.
It's really, it can kind of be overwhelming, but it's so much, from the vendors and everybody that comes out here to make this event special. Vendors, the instructors, everyone that puts it on. It's an event that I myself, look forward to coming to every year. And it's a good way to network as well, just seeing other high school coaches in the same, career, in the same profession that you are, as well. We're teachers as well. So, you can pick their brain, learn more about them, but you guys can share a lot of experiences that you have with each other. So I'm grateful that, it's held in the great town of Waco, and going to get through this year and get through the season. I can't wait to be back next year as well.
Well, it was great. We'll have you on next year.
Hey, I hope I'll definitely come back. So
maybe you're giving a speech for getting one of those trophies at that banquet.
Hopefully we can make a run, win state, and, hey, I'm on the panel next year, so that would be great. So,
all right.
Yes, sir.
Jalen Ross, Axtell High School. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all. Thank you for having me.
You bet. Jason Greer here. We're back live, Waco, at the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association Convention. I'm joined by a legend here, Scott Holder, the head coach at Prosper High School. Coach, glad to have you here this morning still. I'm kind of losing track of time. Prosper High School 2025 season, kind of sum that up for us, how last year went, how the season ended.
Yeah, last year was it was a little tale of two seasons, really. We came in knowing we were probably going to be pretty good. We had a couple really good top-end guys that had a lot of experience for us. Started the season out a little slow. We had an A&M commit and Luke Billings, who's at A&M right now, as a pitcher, and actually he's a dual guy for him right now. But we lost him at the beginning of the season. He was our catcher. He was a 2-year All-State catcher. Actually went the whole season without him. Didn't get him back till the first series of the playoffs. But had a little rookie, a couple rough spots in district. Got into the playoffs. Ended up playing Flower Mound first round, who had put us out the last 2 years, and won state. And we got over that hurdle. And
that's a big hurdle.
Yeah, kind of got on a roll after that. Ended up beating Lake Highlands the next round. Mansfield Legacy in the third round. Played Keller in the regional final, who was a really, really good team last year. But we were just clicking at that time. We were playing really good baseball, and our pitchers had kind of come into their own. And our ace, Hunter Vincent, who is at A&M as well right now, left-handed pitcher, really only surrendered three hits in the playoffs last year.
Wow.
Throughout that run. But ended up beating Keller in the regional finals, and we played Midway in the state semis. Ended up losing in that round to a really good, well-coached baseball team, 4-2 in Game 3. Left the bases loaded in the 7th inning, and it was a little rough. But I
remember seeing the highlights.
Yeah, it was a little rough, but it was a great season. It was one of those where you just see the team come together and how well we played late in the year, and felt really, really, really good about it.
Was there something that kind of clicked, or like a catalyst to that, to ignite that run? Was it that player coming back, or?
Yeah, I think that helped. He's a really a run stopper when you put him behind the plate, and getting him back in that first round, I think really helped us behind the plate and controlling the run game. We lost him as a pitcher. He was probably going to be our number one pitcher coming into the season as well. And so we never were able to utilize him there. So we had to find some guys to fill those spots for, Game 1 pitcher, Game 3 pitcher. And we had some guys step up, had some young guys step up in those roles. And I think with him being gone over the course of the year, I think it helped strengthen us in some other areas that we may not have found had he been there all year.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, because I called the Waco Midway Conroe series.
Mm-hmm.
In Austin, and I'm trying to think if they played you after that series. That was a good.
They played us after that.
Yeah,
series.
that was. I mean, they came out and wiped the table with Conroe in Game 1. I was like, oh my God, this team. And then Game 2, Conroe came back.
Oh yeah.
Showed up, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I remember watching film on that game when I was scouting Midway out, and it was. Conroe played them. That was a tough series.
Yeah, I mean, and then Game 3 they battled there to the end. I mean, I don't think Waco ever was out of control of that game. I mean, it was close, but you could feel as I was calling it, as that game developed, that they were going to win.
Right.
And then, I saw them go on, and I was like, it's an impressive team. They had an impressive run.
They really were. They kind of got on a roll as I watched more film on them, and just trying to pick up on things. Over the course of your career, you've coached teams that really overachieved, really came together, and the power of a baseball team that really finds that chemistry can be very powerful. I've had some teams like that, and the more I watched them, that's kind of what they seemed to me. I was like,
yeah,
this team's just like some of those great teams that I've had that just kind of come out of nowhere. And they do everything right.
It's like watching a magician.
Oh yeah.
Everything is just smooth,
Yeah.
and when they're turning double plays, throwing runners out, guys backing up plays, being where they should be, and you think you get a break, and a guy comes up and makes a great play in the outfield to throw a runner out at third or at the plate, and it's just amazing to watch.
Yeah.
So 2025, we got a wrap on that. We got 2026. It's here. It basically kicks off on Friday. What are you guys looking like for this season?
I'm really excited about this group. A lot of our guys got a lot of experience last year. A lot of our underclassmen through the course of that regular season. And, like I said, we lost some really good top-end guys, top-end bats out of our lineup. But, the talent's there. What I've seen through the course of the last 2 years and our guys just developing in the program, the talent's there. I feel really good that really confident that 1 through 9 we may be better than we were last year.
Wow.
Like our 7, 8, 9 hitters are going to be really good.
Most people's 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, and they're young. They're juniors, and our pitching staff's going to be primarily juniors and sophomores this year. So we're going to be inexperienced, but the talent's there, and it's just a matter of growing over the course of the year. Up there where we're at, just like the Houston area as well, week in and week out, we're seeing Division I guys on the mound. We're seeing elite competition every time out. So, that helps those guys grow up over the course of the year and gets them ready for a playoff run.
And see, I grew up, I'm from Missouri, played high school ball in Missouri, and I got friends that their sons play, and we have the argument all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you just don't understand. It's different.
Oh, yeah.
When you go out every Tuesday or every Friday, and there's a guy on the bump pushing 90, 92, 93, and you have hitters 1 through 5, 1 through 6 that are just hard outs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the level. And when you say inexperience, when you refer to inexperience, are you referring to at a high school varsity level?
Yes.
Because you're looking at these kids now, what they do over the summers and what they're playing in the fall and what they're facing. They're facing a guy throwing 90.
Yes.
And in the summer, they're probably facing striker Pence throwing 102.
Exactly. Yeah, they're seeing that level of competition all summer. Most of those guys that are filling those roles for us, they've been in that fire over the summer. A handful of them have played JV for us last year, but we were just keeping them down to develop those guys, but they're really talented.
Yeah, and that's where, at this level, at that 6A level, it's more of just a reload.
Yes.
I mean, you're getting kids coming up from JV that were sophomores, now juniors coming in, and they played all summer, and they're coming in, and then you got your philosophy and your culture, and they're just dialed in.
Yeah,
and you're ready
exactly.
to go.
I think that's part of the battle is just creating that culture to where your guys are just flipping over. Our guys do a really good job, our older guys, of teaching our younger guys and developing those players and making them understand what our standard is, and how we play. So it's good. I'm excited about this year, and I think we can make a pretty good run.
And that's for us. I mean, for us, that's one. That district you guys are in, along with that Rockwall district, is one us down here we always keep an eye on.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on up there. Are you guys hosting the 5-tool again?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Well, week 2.
Week 2
tournament we're hosting.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great tournament. You get some high-level competition from out of state, and it really brings some of the best teams in the state of Texas up. I think we played Houston Memorial in it last year, and I was like, man, this is one of the best teams I've seen, that I saw last year. And we play them this year as well, so that'll be fun.
So I know the Woodlands will be up there. I can't remember who else from Houston's coming up, but they put a great show on up there. I've had Dustin on my podcast before. They do just stand-up stuff.
They do a really good job with that tournament.
Yeah.
We're going to go down to Austin this year. We're going to kind of get out of our element and get the boys out of town. But that's going to be a really good tournament for us. We played Midway first game.
There,
so that'll be a rematch with state semifinal last year. We're playing Lake Travis, down there, and Rockwall Heath.
Yeah.
It'll be good for us.
Lake Travis, that's where Molina's kid's at, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He's a catcher, I think.
Yeah, and his nephew.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's neat. Maybe you see him in the stands.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Coach, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Prosper High School, Scott Holder, we appreciate it. And good luck this year.
All right, thank you.
It's
thank
here.
you, guys.
It is here. Thank you. All right. Hey, and we're back. Got another guest for you here at the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association Convention, Waco, Texas. I'm joined by Lou Farrell, Grand Oaks High School coach, longtime friend, family, coaching bloodline.
Yep. It's good to be here in Waco, and it's good to be here with you.
Yeah, Coach. Kind of start the THSBCA. What does that mean to you? And coming here each year.
Oh yeah, it's I mean, I've been coming here a long time, whether it was with my brother or my dad when he was coaching and stuff as well. But it's a good time for the coaches kind of to get together and see the new vendors and new regulations and UIL updates and all the things that come with the new season, and as well as the great speakers and information that you're able to kind of gather at these clinics and conventions. So it's been a good deal for a long time, and it's a kind of a pretty cool tradition that we've got going.
I haven't been here. It's been 20 some odd years since I've been, and we would come, and it was fun.
Yeah.
And just to hear, you look back, and I think I was here. I heard Perry Husband talking hitting.
Yeah.
And there was a few things.
Yeah, there's some good people that come through here that you can get a lot of good information with and hear, and it's good to hear other coaches and perspectives and stories and how you handle this and how you approach that, and it's a good place to share a lot of information and learn a lot of things.
A lot of knowledge.
Yes,
and a lot,
absolutely.
And just the years of experience walking in these halls and the Hall of Famers that'll be announced later. And
absolutely.
It's just an amazing event, and it's well done. And we're here in Waco. Coach, 2026 season, or let's go back to 2025, kind of walk us through that, how that wrapped up, how the season ended, and then kind of push into 2026.
Yeah, well, with Grand Oaks, we kind of had a heartbreaker last year. We probably had our toughest season that we've had so far. We were just fell out of the dance. We didn't quite make it in. We've got some pretty good years behind us so far. We've kind of been able to build a pretty good tradition. But last year was we kind of got kicked in the pants a little bit, and we just missed out. We were a game away or a couple plays away from being in the dance with the rest. So that's our goal. We're going to try to win them all this next year, and we're going to try to, we want to be a successful playoff team. We want to get back to where we're used to being, and we think we got the right team and the right guys and the right chemistry and all the right stuff to be that team this year.
To that formula to success.
We sure hope so. We think we do. We're pretty excited.
I've seen firsthand being there with Jordan. Everybody can't see him. He's over here producing everything, so a shout out to Jordan again. And he's the play-by-play for Grand Oaks.
Yeah, we've been blessed with Jordan for a few years now.
And he's phenomenal. I get my dad in my ear listening. If he's not listening to me, he's listening to Jordan. He calls him Bob Costas all the time.
Yeah, he's managed to put up with us for a few years now, so it's much appreciated.
And so this year, kind of looking forward in 2026, how are things shaping up? How was your fall? Is there anything that you've seen in the fall with some players that maybe you weren't expecting something from?
We had a few guys kind of shoot up the ladder a little bit, but it's a group that we've been excited about for a long time. It's a good group of seniors with a good mixture of some juniors and sophomore in there. So, like I said, it's a group that we've been excited about for a while. It's a group with real good chemistry, and really from the day that we came back to school in August, they've kind of hit the ground running and kind of pick each other up and working hard, and in all the boxes that you want to check, they do, and love baseball, love working together. So we're excited to see how that translates this spring. We have high hopes, and we're looking forward to it. We've done everything right so far, so now we just got to play baseball.
You got to execute. So you talk about kind of circle back to that. You hit the ground running. Do you feel like what these kids are doing in the summer, and they're playing and the competition that they're seeing, that when they do come in August, that helps you? You said hit the ground running. That has the arms are ready. They're ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to do some management because a lot of guys throw a lot of innings, in the summer. So you kind of got to give a period of, you got to balance rest, and you got to balance those things, and when to crank up and when to kind of slow it down. So, that comes in the balance in that. A lot of the guys, they go out and compete in the summer in different organizations in different places. Obviously, we can't go see, all the guys that we have, but, they usually come back from the summer, whether they've had a great summer and they're excited to keep that going, or maybe their summer wasn't quite what they wanted it to be and they want to, start fresh in the fall and let's get it going again and fresh start. No, but like I said, they came back and they've been jazzed up, ready to go. So, I was thinking September, man, I wish we could start going right now, but you got to wait till February. No, but it's been real good. It's been real good.
So so we get tournament season. We're basically here, right? We start Friday.
Yeah,
it's here.
It's here.
You got tryouts
this week.
So do you run tryouts all weekend?
We start on Friday. We get to have our first official after school practice that starts with our varsity. So our varsity team will work out, and then after we wrap up, then we come in with tryouts and we do the rest, and we'll go for a while on that Friday, and then we'll come back on Saturday morning. And usually that's how most places do it. They'll go a Friday, Saturday, and then you post the list of your teams and where that goes, and
hit the ground
running
Monday.
The Monday usually, and then you're after it. You're on it.
And then you get
before you know it, you're scrimmaging.
Well, you got 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, the 31st is the first available scrimmage date. So it once you come back from Christmas, you're moving. It's coming quick.
Is it me, or has that schedule been pushed back?
It's been pushed up a little bit from years ago. A few years ago, it moved up a week, and I guess the way the calendar falls this year, it makes it feel a little bit earlier.
Because when you say scrimmage is starting in January,
you're usually
you said 31st.
But it's still January.
It's usually February 3rd.
Yeah,
4th.
It's a couple days earlier the way that it kind of falls this year. And this convention in the past has always been a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah. So now being Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
That's when we were setting this all up. I was confused. I was like, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah, that's the first time I think it's the first time it's ever been like that.
Yeah. Because we had issues getting in the door yesterday.
And set up,
and getting set up.
Yeah, absolutely.
As everybody was checking in. They usually have this open for the coaches in the
I know
evening.
We were getting ready to walk around and it wasn't quite ready yet. Yeah.
So is there any big players, guys that we should keep an eye on? You might have some scouts in the stands looking at.
No, well, you never know. We always tell the guys you never know who's watching you that day. So you gotta play like people are watching you for the first time. So we got some guys. We got a lot of guys that we're excited about. We look really good on paper right now. So like you said, we got to execute and play the games. But yeah, we got a good amount of guys that are going off to play in college. We got a good amount of guys that are worth keeping their eye on. So. Hopefully we're a fun team to watch. I know we're going to do our best to make them that way and get them out there and busting their butts.
I've been 3 years. This will be my 4th year covering the district, and you said fun to watch. You got your team's definitely fun to watch. The fundamentals, the execution is a testament to you and your culture and philosophy.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And totally enjoy it. And like I said, the family, your dad to your brother and to your mom, I've known for years, and it's been a joy. And to see you and your successes at Grand Oaks it's been fun to watch.
Well, I appreciate that. Hopefully we have some more successes this year with it.
Yeah. Well, it's that. You go back and you look at that district, and it's just.
Oh, it's a buzzsaw. It's a buzz. There's no nights off in our district, and you got a lot of playoff teams in that district, but they only take 4. So playoff caliber teams.
And you look at. It's like that. You take that. We had. Prosper, Scott on a minute ago. You look at that district, and then Rockwall district, and it's a gauntlet. You're playing teams that maybe 6 teams from our district are playoff teams, and only 4 get that nod.
Yeah. You got multiple teams in our district that are 20-plus win type teams, and they only take so many. So
somebody's left out.
Yep.
Well, Coach, it was a pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you were able to stop by and
absolutely.
visit with us.
It was great seeing y'all.
Yes, sir. And good luck this season. We'll see you.
Okay.
2026.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach Farrell, Grand Oaks High School. And welcome back to the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association Convention. We are here at Waco, joined by a fellow 13-6A coach,
yes, sir.
Mr. Michael Lynch. He's at Caney Creek High School. I've had the pleasure of covering quite a few of your games the last several years, and it's been fun to watch. You've got some young talent coming in and watching the program grow underneath your guidance. And, we've talked before. We were talking just a minute ago off camera, and just so much respect for what you have done and the impact that you've had on that program and kind of getting that culture shifted and in the right direction. So last year, how'd last year finish up for you guys in 2025 and in district, and kind of what's the expectations looking towards 2026?
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We had a good year last year as far as making progress in the program, and one thing that we talk about with our coaches is not getting caught up on the records. I feel like we've done a lot of good things. Our kids are awesome. Some of the best kids that I've got to be around. We had some big wins last year, and then some other games that we just we didn't finish off, but were really good games for us. So we try, like I said, we try not to get caught up in records. We want our kids to take it one game at a time, one day at a time, and if we do what we're supposed to do, when we look up, we think good things will happen for us. But yeah, we got a good group of young kids and have been in the program now. This is our first group of seniors as a staff to see come through, and so just seeing the kids' work ethic and the language change that they're using and the buy-in has been really, really awesome for us to see.
Well, you were talking about one of those close games, and we were talking a minute ago off camera, was that Willis game.
Yes, sir.
Where you took them all the way to the end and a walk-off. Kind of how did that, how do you build upon that? And you kind of hinted on that a little bit, what you just said. But how do you walk away from a game like that, which is a team that's they've been at the top of the district for the last several years, underneath Coach Washburn, and you guys took them to that point and then took a walk-off, I think, from their best player,
yes,
the left-handed batter. I can't remember his name, but the kid could hit, for them to get a win. And I know it's a loss, but when you take a team like that to that point and you get on the bus, like how did you feel like that kind of shifted some things?
So that was a big shift for us and our kids, and it was an extra inning loss for us, and our kids were devastated. But the message that I told our kids is because they're not used to playing in a lot of those tight games, and it was a great learning experience for us. And so we got to go back and talk about some of the things that happened in that game that the pressure definitely got to some of our kids, and we were able to address that. But on the bus, the first thing I told those kids is I said I will take that feeling every time as opposed to the 10-0 losses, some of the losses that we've taken. I was like, guys, that's fun. That's baseball.
Yeah.
And the kids are like, yeah, we want to do that. We want to be in that game.
And you're fighting to the end.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And then we turned that around and we went to the San Antonio tournament. It's a great tournament and played some really good competition and we had some big wins in that one and got to play a really good San Antonio Johnson team and were able to knock them off. And so there was a lot of things that we did right that I think are going to build to this year. That some guys have played in some meaningful baseball games now and know what that feeling's like, and I think they're gonna handle that really well this year.
And so we were talking 2026 a minute ago before we jumped on, and I was talking about, and I can't remember his name. I'm drawing a blank. Your lefty.
Yes, sir, Parker Rogers.
Parker
yes,
Rogers.
Yes,
He was a sophomore last year. I called 2 games with him. And center field and pitcher, and he's just a bulldog.
Yes.
Just he gets it out, gets on the mound. He knows how to move the ball around. He grinds it out. He makes the hitters work for everything that they're getting. And then he's got great range in the outfield. He's running balls down in the gap, making plays. I think there was a ball that one of the Woodlands players hit into the gap, and that was with the wind blowing that day.
Yes,
because it was going after it, and he ran that thing down in the gap and made a beautiful catch out there in front of the fence. And I just seen him. My eyes as a scout in years past was just really impressed with that young man.
Yeah, his work ethic is one of the best I've been around, and his mindset this year is fantastic. he's a team first guy. He's put himself, some very lofty goals on him this year, and I think he can achieve some of those things. But yeah, on the mound, he's the kid that, like you said, he's a bulldog on the field. He's out there to beat you, and then when he steps back across those lines, he's great parents, one of the most polite kids, but he can flip that switch when it's time on the field. He's like, I'm not here to make friends, and then after the game,
I'm here to win.
He's a great
and
kid.
You love that attitude.
Yes.
We were saying a minute ago, it's contagious.
It is. He's really helping our program grow. One thing that we've talked about as a staff is we haven't had that kid for our players to emulate and see, that's how a D1 kid works, or that's how a future prospect in the major leagues works. So he's had to be that guy that he said, I'll be that guy, and he's told me before, I want to be the first guy from Caney Creek to make it, and that's kind of drives him every day, and he's a special kid.
And just like I said, just been impressed with everything that he does, and hearing what you're saying is even more.
Yes, sir.
And I'm rooting for him, rooting for you, and I'm glad that you could jump on here and join us here this. I don't even know what day of time it is. It's not even afternoon yet.
Yes, sir.
I feel like it should be like 4 o'clock right now. I'm just, it's long. These days are long, but it is so much fun. And then kind of circling back to the convention, how many years have you attended?
So I've been coming to the convention since I was in high school. So, my dad being a high school coach, and I knew I wanted to be a high school coach. So I would come to the convention with him, even when I was in junior college, and I would drive down to Waco and spend the weekend with him and his staff and come into the convention. And so, I've been coming since about 2006, been coming here.
We might have crossed paths. Yeah. I was here, and I think that day. I was down in their meeting, or they're getting ready to get done meeting, but I think I was in the middle of the scouts when I was in their meeting.
Sir.
Yeah, they just got done. I think they're getting ready to finish up at 11 o'clock. But I came as a coach, I came as a scout, and you get here and it's just, there's so much.
Oh, it is, and I remember even before I was a coach, just standing outside of circles and hearing coaches talk the game of baseball, and the speakers are always great, and you always pick something up from them, but just the conversations that coaches have is in the hotel lobbies, or just walking through here and listening to guys talk. You think you know the game of baseball until you get here and you hear some of these guys talk, and you're just like, just one nugget from that guy. It's pretty impressive. The knowledge of baseball in the state of Texas is phenomenal.
Yeah, there's nothing better.
Yes, sir.
There's football and then baseball.
Yeah.
And the baseball, there's not another place that I've seen the caliber and the attention to the details, the fundamentals, and the coaching than I've seen in the state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
And, Coach, good luck on the 2026 season. I'm glad that you were able to join us and jump on.
Yes, sir. I really appreciate it.
And good luck to you this season. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
Yes, sir.
And we're back again. Quick turnaround. Got Carlos Morales from Houston,
Milby High School.
Milby High School.
Yes, sir.
Down in Houston. Well, Coach, thanks for jumping on here and joining us. I know the Milby program, 2025. How did last season go? Kind of a recap for us. And
So last year we ended up third in our district behind Galena Park and Waltrip. Ended up meeting up with Victoria East, tough program. Lost to them in the first round. Had a really good series with them. Just didn't have enough depth on the pitching side to get to that third game. But really anxious to see what we have in store for this year.
Yeah, those game threes are usually next guy up, right? You know, you're trying. You got your one guy in one and guy in two, and it's, man, let's piece it together with duct tape and ball bearings and who we can get out there to give me an inning or two. If you can give me three, that's even better. And
you're hoping for a couple guys to give you 2-3 innings.
Gives you something. You're kind of praying to the baseball guys, give me something extra.
Yeah.
So 2026, you're in the which district are you guys in?
25A.
25A. And so how does this season looking up for you guys as we're here? Tryouts start Friday.
Right.
What's the team kind of, from what you've seen in the fall and heading into the spring, how are things kind of shaping up for you guys?
We have a lot of guys coming back. We did graduate a couple of our key guys last year. Our ace graduated. He's up at Sewell Ross University this year. Doing well, made the team. So that's a big loss. But we have some guys that are stepping up, a lot of guys returning. Looking forward to Armando Briagas, our number 2 from last year. See how he pans out this year. Got a kid in the outfield that been holding it down for a couple of years. Started for us as a freshman.
Wow.
His name is Rogelio Ontiveros.
So he's a junior?
He's a junior.
Wow.
He's a junior, and probably going to be in the middle of our order.
Oh, wow.
As well in the lineup. So we're looking forward to him. But have a good group coming back. And some young kids that we're excited about. So we'll see. We'll see in the next few weeks what it pans out to be like.
So what do you feel would be based on that, would be your best strength heading into 2026?
I think for our program, our strength has usually been our defense. The arms for us, we usually have probably the low to mid 80 guys. We don't have the upper velocity arms. So. We rely on defense, so I think that's still going to be, our strength. Going to rely on some timely hitting. We don't usually have the guys that hit the ball at the park, so we have to manufacture some stuff.
Small ball.
Yeah, we have to manufacture hit
the
runs.
Hit and run, get the ball down.
Yeah.
Get guys over, get them in.
Yeah. So we have to do some team concept things to try to get some runs across the board. But that's our history. We kind of like a blue collar team, historically. So we're going to continue with that.
Squeak those runs in and stay ahead. Get ahead.
We have to find a way.
Get ahead. Stay ahead.
Yeah,
so
we
you're saying,
find a way.
Kind of going back to defense. Is there? And you were mentioning the youngster, the freshman. Is kind of like who's the centerpiece of that defense? Like,
well, he'll hold it down for us in outfield.
Okay.
And he's a leader. He's not a very vocal guy, but just his work ethic. The kids follow him. They see what he does, and they want to be like that. Just all around great kid. So in the outfield, he'll hold down for us. Infield, we're still trying to figure some things out in the infield right now. We do have a returning catcher that I think he's going to be, and he's a junior.
That's a key piece.
Yeah.
And so is he in the outfield? Is he in center field?
Well,
your outfielder?
The outfielder's in center field.
Center field, and you got your catcher coming back.
Coming back.
Those are two big pieces.
Yeah, and he's another guy. He's just not very vocal, but just, every day he comes in, he's working, and it's good to have those guys, So his name's Cristobal Escobar.
Okay.
And he's a junior this year, so, luckily we have him for another year after this year.
So you got your junior center fielder, a junior catcher.
Correct.
And how's the infield shaping up the middle?
Yeah, up the middle. So we have a couple question marks at second base. I think shortstop we have locked down. Kid that a real energetic kid. You know, sometimes we have to stay on him to stay focused. You know, but
it was. I mean, I've kind of used this all day. It was a hard lesson when I was first coaching.
Yeah.
It was probably not until my late 20s that it sunk in that they are teenagers.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And trying to get them.
Well, he's
to
definitely
execute.
a kid, and we can channel his energy.
You got to get them to execute, and sometimes you got to remember they're 17 and 18 years old.
Yeah, and we're excited also about our freshman class. We might have at least one freshman that ends up playing on varsity for us this year. Yeah. So we're excited about that group too. This year we're a little bit young. I think we only have 5 seniors this year. So I think if we can figure out our pitching, you know, we're not going to be real deep in the pitching side, but if we can figure that out, we have a lot of arms. We just
and it comes back to I've seen just the velocity has just gone through what these kids are capable of doing.
Right.
But at the same time, I've seen the correlation to that is the control goes
down. Right.
So it's great you're throwing 95.
Can you throw strikes?
But if it's 95 into the dugout,
Yeah.
you know, you're not helping me out. Versus a kid that's, I'll take this kid every day. I'll take a kid that's 85 and painting corners and dropping a curveball and getting ground balls to the infield.
Exactly.
To where your defense,
Yeah.
it can come through and get the outs and get you out of the inning, and
Yeah.
and you're successful and you come in and get the bats going. So.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Coach Morales, Houston Milby.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We appreciate having you on, talking about the team and the upcoming season. And in the convention, kind of been asking this question, kind of end everything. How many years have you been a part of the?
So this is my 31st year coaching.
Wow.
30th year coming to the convention.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was assistant for 5 years. And when our head coach left, I took it over after that. They didn't think I was ready for it, to be honest with you. Didn't think I was ready for it, but we took it, and actually some of my assistants, which is kind of unique, they all played for me.
Oh, wow.
They all played for me.
That is awesome. That's actually just fantastic.
They're all Milby grads.
For them to come back home.
Yeah.
And help.
Yeah, it's a unique place. Milby's a unique place. This year we're celebrating our 100-year anniversary.
Wow.
Our centennial. So it's a unique place, and all our coaches are baseball alum.
Oh, wow.
So it's a nice place to be. Guys have a lot of pride about our school. So,
how many seminars have you hit so far?
2 this morning. I'm going to hit a couple more this afternoon.
Is there one that's just like, I can't miss this one?
Well, I did want to see the 108 performance. I'm kind of interested on some of the stuff that they're doing. You know, you see Paul skiing with his water bags and all that stuff.
Yeah, all over. They're all over my X feed. I look at one thing and I can't remember the guy's name that's always on there doing the hitting.
Yeah, I know there's one, I forgot who's giving it on some practice structure that I want to see. You know.
And I mean, that's one thing that I love about sports and in particular baseball is there's so many ways to do. I mean, I was working with a kid in a cage this weekend on bunting.
Yeah. And
I'm like, you can do it like this. You can do it like this. You can do it like this. You can.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, which one should I do? I was like, what's comfortable?
Yeah.
You know, what works for you in a pressure situation to get that ball down? That's what you want to go with.
Yeah.
And I said, this is how I did it, but I'm not going to teach you.
Yeah, everybody's different.
Everybody's different.
Yeah.
And you hear these different.
You know, and every year when I come here, I really do learn something.
Yeah.
You know, and it may just be a different way to say the same thing we've been saying, with just different terminology or a different way to look at it. And I really learn something every year when I come
Well, you
in.
hear, I mean, one for me was I was young was tandems. You know, you would hear, how do you run a tandem? I'm like, well, what? A tandem. I'm like, what's a tandem? Like, you know what a tandem is? And you're in baseball? And I'm like, and they showed me. I'm like, oh, that's a relay.
Yeah. Double cut. Yeah.
A double cut.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has their kind of spin on how they say it. And you know, that's what makes this game great.
Yeah. And we really do. People always say, well, I stole this from them. I stole this from them. But, I mean, it's just people sharing,
and then
you know, the things that work for them.
And that's the community of baseball. It's been like that.
Last night we were looking at watching the football game, and we got guys just talking about bunting.
Yeah.
You know, for 30 minutes.
This is how I do it.
Yeah.
Here's
so
this drill. Here's this drill. Here's this drill.
so
Here's this drill.
it's great. Yeah, we have a new coach with us this year, and I told him, man, you're gonna learn some stuff.
Yeah.
You know, go to the classes. You know,
Yeah.
go pick some ones you wanna see and go learn. You know.
Yeah.
But what you guys do is great, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Well, we appreciate having you. Carlos Morales, Houston Milby, thanks for joining us, and good luck in 2026, Coach.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's go.
All right. You should recognize this guy. I'm Jason Greer. This is George Smith. We are at the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association, the annual convention here in Waco. And things are kind of slowing down here a little bit, so we just want to jump on and kind of recap what's happened here so far today. We're in the exhibit hall broadcasting live here in Waco at the Hilton Convention Center. I'm Jason Greer. This is Jordan Smith. We've had quite a few coaches run through here. And Jordan, kind of, this is your first experience of something like this.
Yeah.
Kind of what's your take so far?
You know, it's been a lot of fun kind of seeing all the different perspectives of the coaches and having them jump on and talk about their programs. It's been nice to see them kind of get that little extra exposure as we get ready to start the season in this week, in fact, and really get to see what the 2026 season looks like. It's been kind of cool to see all the different vendors, see what all they have to offer, all the different products, the jerseys, the different dirt types of turfs, the batting cages as well, the LED scoreboards, everything else has been over here. It's been a pretty cool experience, and the conversations, of course, you know everybody under the moon and the sun, but all the different conversations we've had, it's been a pretty cool experience.
Yeah, you're kind of in my world here.
Right.
It's been neat there's people I haven't seen in years to come up and say hi, and not only just them saying hi, but seeing what we're doing and what we're bringing to the high school coaches in Texas. It's not baseball, but all sports and what Houston Sports Live has to offer.
Exactly. And
to see them get excited about what we do and what we can do for them to expose their program, the community, and the players, it's fulfilling to sit and engage with them and get their feedback, and they're excited about what we can do.
Absolutely. It's been nice to see the kind of surprise of, wait, you do all this for free? Yes, we don't charge, as you know. But it's been nice to kind of see that reaction and see the intrigue, as I told you earlier, by some of the coaches. They walk by and they kind of take a second glance like, wait, who are these people? We haven't seen them before. And, give them an opportunity to learn about us. It's been nice to be able to expose them to what it is that we do and how we operate, and get to see some examples of stuff, of course, things that are coming up as well that we'll announce here pretty soon. So be sure to stay tuned to the Houston Sports Live channels and the website as well, as we got a lot of big announcements coming here in the next month as we get ready for baseball season to actually start.
A lot of things happening, and it's been a busy day. It's kind of all I can say. And I think we've got a few things closed today that we weren't expecting. That's a positive for what we're trying to build here at Houston Sports Live. And so far we've run 15, maybe 18.
Somewhere around there, interviews.
Coaches and interviews through. And so far, this is me. I don't know what yours is. But A.J. Martinez was on from the UIL. He's the baseball director. And, man, if you get a chance, I know Jordan's going to take all this and he's going to edit this up for you to kind of go back, and you can pick and choose which of those interviews to look at. But if you're on here live now and you want to rewind it and go back and take a look at that interview, it was this morning, I want to say around 9, 8:35.
So within the first hour and a half.
Definitely first hour. And he was just phenomenal.
The great conversation between you and him.
Yeah, we had some great things to talk about, and the success of UIL and what they have been doing with the brackets changing, how they changed last year, and the success of that, and maybe they massage that a little bit, and then realignment's coming up.
Right, a little tease about realignment as well, setting the official date for February 2nd. But really diving a little bit into that without giving up too much, because you got to save it all for the big day, the big fanfare.
The big press release, and you get all the eyes on it.
Exactly, but still nonetheless a great conversation about all of that, just about the sport of baseball in general.
And you get the nerds like us that'll be printing off all the district assignments and who's going where and what kind of changes there'll be.
And immediately going, all right, how many miles is that in between each school?
And, and if you go back and listen, he did kind of divulge a few little things that will open your eyes to kind of how everything's going to transpire on February 2nd.
Right. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun to go back and watch all these interviews later tonight, and really see the different themes between all the coaches and really nitpick all the different talking points, especially with AJ Martinez, the baseball director with UIL. And we even had Coach Armando Sedeno.
A legend.
A legend, of course, and the exhibit director here with the THSBCA. But really just great conversations all around today, great insights into all these different programs at many different spots, too, from rebuilders to newer programs to 100-year-old schools, to everything in between that you could think of.
And that's, I think, you sum that up when we're talking a new school being built.
Right.
And then for, was it Carlos? I can't remember the last name. Is escaping me right now, but he's the head coach at Houston Millbean. And you go back and watch that, you kind of see my mouth go, And he said, this is their 100th anniversary.
The centennial of the high school.
That school has been there for 100 years. And then you look and you just kind of think of the history of the city of Houston.
Right.
What it looked like 100 years ago versus what these new schools that are being built and where they're being built,
right,
and what they look like.
It's insane. They look like college campuses.
Yeah, they're just.
I still can't believe Bridgeland's a high school.
I drive by that on
some of the new Kingwood campuses and everything.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Conroe has a new high school that's going to open in a couple years, and that district's expanding. And it's going to be interesting to see because that'll be 2 years. The next realignment.
Maybe they split it up.
How's that going to affect where we are? We're covering a lot of 13-6A and how that's going to affect that district and what's a 6A and a 5A. Right. And that's always interesting. I think that's why they do it every 2 years.
Yeah, because there's
a little bit of excitement.
Especially in the last 10 years, you think about it. There was a time, 12 years ago even, there was not a 6A classification. It only went up to 5A.
Right.
It was only until about 11 years ago, 10 years ago even, that they introduced 6A as a classification. And sometime in the next 5 years, I'm sure there's going to be a 7A.
Yeah, and I
to really think about that.
When I made the move down here 30 years ago, I had a hard time comprehending a 5A division. What's 5A Division 1? What's 5A Division 2?
Right.
Why is this team in this division and this team's in this division? And being here and with Houston Sports Live over the last several years, a lot of that's made sense.
Right.
How, especially watching the playoffs with baseball last year, how those teams got divided. So it's been fun. Lots of great exhibits. You go from probably the most popular one around the corner right over here, and that's going to be the pitching machines.
Right, exactly.
I think at one point we looked over there and they're about maybe 100 deep in the line.
We may have to jump in there.
On the pitching machines, and so you go from that to bats, and we got a full batting cage in one of the exhibit halls. 108 performances here, and their instructions. They're out here. You have the turf people are here. You've got jerseys and tons of those guys, and baseball manufacturers and gloves. I mean, it's a great event, and probably the one thing, and I asked everybody is what is here that you want to see or you're getting something from? And almost the answer's been the same from everybody in some sort of way. Right. That community and that learning something new. And that's what makes a great coach a great coach. When you can hit the gas or hit the brakes and say, I don't know everything. And can I do this better to make my team better and our performance better? And you come in here with an open mind as a coach like that, and you hear some of these guys. Barry Rose is here, from Rockwall. And I'm sure my fans back home in the Woodlands love me mentioning that name. But,
I sense sarcasm in that.
You know who you are.
I sense a little sarcasm in that.
Yeah, you know who you are out there. that 23 team. Or the team before that, the year before.
Yeah, the year before that.
Got interesting. But, he's a coach that's been in the business for a long time. And he's on the stage talking, practice standards.
Right.
And then not only do you have the coaches are here, a couple hours ago, the Texas Scout Association was here, and a lot of the scouts in the state of Texas were present, and that's them kind of aligning themselves with this organization and meeting with these coaches to discuss what's coming down the road
Right.
and the future of baseball.
Right.
And then they kind of get a little bit of intel. You know, when I was doing it, for me, it was just getting, hey, is there anybody that I missed that maybe in the fall, and it happens. They're 17, 18-year-old kids. Do you get a kid that I saw in the summer? No, he was 87, 88, and in the summer the kid goes out, gets on a weight program and on a diet, and he picks up 25 pounds,
Right.
and he grows 4 inches, and now he's throwing 93.
Exactly.
And, you know, that's little things. You find some of those things out when you're a scout at events like this. So they're here, and then you got all the vendors out of here. It's a great event, and I'm glad we were able to make this trip up here.
Absolutely. I'm glad we were able to do this, get this experience, and get to meet some more people, especially from around the state that, you know, we don't have a chance to interact with year in and year out because obviously primary base right now is Houston.
Yeah.
So we haven't really had that chance to really get to see the other different communities. And so we had some good conversation with some people from San Antonio, from the Dallas area, from you know, everywhere in the state of Texas. It is nice to have those conversations as well, just outside the walls of the greater Houston area.
And it's just learning more about different communities. And
Right.
that conversation with the San Antonio group
Right.
this morning
That was awesome.
was really neat because they're looking for they're on the Air Force Base in
Right.
San Antonio, and a lot of the kids that play sports at that high school, their parents are in Germany, they're in Italy, they're overseas, and for a service at what we provide, I mean, that was fulfilling.
Right.
To talk to those guys. I don't know how. Hopefully we can find a way to make things work for them because, you know, to me, the men and women that serve this country come number one.
Right.
And to be able for them to watch their kids while they're deployed play baseball, football, or basketball,
Right.
you know, and we can make that happen, you know, that'd be a great thing to be able to do.
Absolutely.
So it's been fun.
Yeah.
Enjoying it. I'm sure we'll jump back on here in the morning. We're going to keep the stream going. I think they're going to close the doors here probably in the next hour or so.
Yeah.
And we've got a couple coaches that said they're going to come back
So we'll see.
and visit with us.
We'll
So
see.
maybe we're going to keep the broadcast up live with the ads. And somebody comes back, we'll jump back on and share that with you.
Absolutely.
Good job.
Good job.
Way to go. There we go. Houston Sports Live. I'm Jason. That's Jordan. We'll see you later.
Yeah, BRB, right?
Hey, hello. Welcome back. I'm Jason Greer. We are live at the Hilton Waco Convention Center at the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association Convention. We have been broadcasting here live today, and they just came across. We're supposed to be shutting things down around 4 o'clock. They have a big banquet, the Hall of Fame banquet, where they're going to recognize the coaches that have retired and have been accepted into the Texas Hall of Fame. So that's happening here tonight. We have a couple of coaches that have signed up for the morning. So we'll be here, we'll set things up. We had several coaches that signed up that no-showed today, so we're gonna kind of play that by ear in the morning. So we'll get things going, jump on, let you know what's going on if we got some coaches coming, and if not. But tomorrow's only opens at 8 and will close down at noon. So we'll jump on and update you who we have coming or not coming, or if we're going to continue the live stream for tomorrow. But that's going to be a wrap here today. Hopefully you got the opportunity to go back and catch up on all those interviews. Again, Jordan and I kind of discussed some of the things that were going on here earlier. And the one I really recommend going back to watch is going to be AJ Martinez, the UIL representative. He's the director of baseball operations for the University Interscholastic League. We had some great conversations with some coaches today, some great information, some great stories on where they've come from and how long they've been in this industry and coaching. And it's just been a great day here, and it's been fun. Thanks to Jordan to producing and putting this all together for us. And we will see you tomorrow around 8 o'clock. Hit that subscription button. It'll let you know when we go live and we're up and running on that notification. So that's it from today. That's a wrap, and we will see you in the morning.